Шановні пані та панове, доброго дня. Я розумію вас, що
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen,
організувати сьогоднішній день
today is a very complicated day, but again we are very glad to greet you at the forum of purchase cycle of Ministry of Health of Ukraine 2025, from collection of needs to the delivery of medical goods. Annually, medical purchases of Ukraine state enterprise arranges for the market participants. Ladies and gentlemen, at the very beginning, I would like to thank, on behalf of organizers, all of you offline. Thank you. Considering the nighttime circumstances in Kyiv, we all understand what happened this night, and we would like to thank to all participants that are with us offline, but they will take participation online. So I ask to support each other with the applause, so to have professional mood. My name is Maxim. Today I will be moderating the whole forum. I would be monitoring the timing. At the very beginning, I would like to clarify some regimental aspects. Firstly, the language of our forum is Ukrainian, but for participants, we have interpretation in English, simultaneous interpretation. If you need to have simultaneous interpretation, please ask for headsets with the registration stand. Secondly, all our event shall be recorded, and all participants may get additional instructions, all materials, handouts on emails that you mentioned during the registration. If you're not sure that you correctly have written your emails, we are all humans and we can make mistakes, so please approach during the break the registration stand and check the correctness of your email. Thirdly, if you will look to your badges, you shall see two QR codes. The first one, if you will scan it and you will follow the reference link, you will see the detailed program of today's forum. And using the second link, you will have a special form which you can jot down all your questions to speakers during the event. This QR code shall be reflected on the screens for our online participants, which will be seen during the event, this QR code on their screens. The link also in confirmation letters to participate in this forum, which you got before. If all of a sudden you will not be able to raise question, this QR code will be active to the end of the day. If you will not be able to consider all your questions with all the materials of the event, we will send the written provided responses. Also, there is a big request to mention the form to whom, to which speakers your question is addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a big request in terms of questions that you can raise. Your questions shall not be dealing with the purchases of MOH data now in Prozora platform. I think you would understand what I'm telling about, because I'm not in the know of your event topics, but you understand this, and thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you understand after this night that we are living during martial law. In any time in town of city of Kiev, we may have an air raid alert. If during this alert there will be a confirmed danger threat moving into our direction, we'll go down to the shelter. In order to have that done, our colleagues organizers will help with that, and I will ask you to pay attention to arrows near the exits. After it is over, we will return back to this room and we will continue the work of the forum. Also, I would like, on behalf of the name organization, to WHO for support of this forum. Thank you. Let's applause. Esteemed participants, before we will continue, I would like to ask you to stop in this not simple time for our country. We don't have right to forget what was the price paid that we have an opportunity to get together, work, communicate, and build the future. Unfortunately, many of our countrymen gave their lives for the freedom, independence, for the right to be Ukraine. As a sign of honor to all of our defenders, to all those who perished during the Russian-Ukraine war, we have a minute of silence. Please get up.
Дякую.
Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Now, dear friends, let's go back to our agenda. I will try to explain a little bit more about how our forum is going to take place. The entire forum is divided into two sections, two parts. In the first part, we are going to hear 4 presentations by our speakers. Then we will take a break, and after that break, we will have a panel discussion, non-price criteria in procurement of medical products. So regarding the first part, when we have individual presentations, after each second speaker, after every 2 speakers, we will have a Q&A session. At that point, I will ask questions to the speakers who had presented. After the second and after the 4th speaker, we are going to have those 2 sessions. So I'm going to ask those questions that you submit by filling out the form. After every speaker, I will remind you about this form. And before we start our work today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to suggest that we complete a short thematic survey. This is just a survey for us to know your opinion. Now on your screens, you will see the QR code. Today, we speak a lot about QR codes, so please show the QR code now. By scanning it, you will find yourself in that survey. We will try to complete it together. I will help you there. If it doesn't work for you for technical reasons, if you cannot scan the QR code, you can just follow the website address menti.com and you can enter the code that will help you access the survey. Now, has everybody succeeded? Maybe someone needs help. Let's make it this way. Now we proceed with the first question. You will see this question in your smartphone, so let's give it a try. First question: how well do you know the work of medical procurement enterprise? So know well, partially, almost unknown, unfamiliar, not familiar at all. Okay, so I see the trend. That's good that most of you are very well familiar with activities of the company. We have 51 participants who are well acquainted, well familiar. I believe that's a good result. Let's move on. Next question. Do you know the list of items that are procured by the company in a centralized way? Also, good results. I see that most people are familiar. Let us give ourselves 10 more seconds for everyone to answer the questions, and 68 participants are familiar. Only 13, that's not a lot. Only 13 don't know about that. But basically, the work of our forum today is aimed at making sure that this figure 13 turns to 0. So, has your company participated in procurements with the medical procurement company? Yes, we participated and won, we didn't win, and we don't plan to participate. I see that some participants are laughing looking at the results. Okay, these are employees of the medical procurement. So, sorry, I don't know why you react this way. I am not in the know, but let's check. 56 participants say that yes, they have participated, they have won the tender. Second most popular option, no, and we are not planning to. Okay, so we will see if the result changes at the end. We will not repeat the survey, but hopefully something will change there. Next question: what type of medical products do you represent? This is medical devices, medical products, vaccines, medical equipment. If none of that applies to you, raise your hand. We will approach you and ask you this question. So let's check. 25 participants represent procurement of medical products, 26 medical devices, only 2 representatives with vaccines, and 11 that's equipment. Let me remind you that 67 participants have participated in this survey. Next. Which nosologies your products address? You just need to verbally indicate in one word the answer, and then we will see online all those groups that are indicated. We see some people, I don't know if this the dash sign is a nosology. Anyway, oncology, blood service, implants, cardiosurgery. I will not read all the answers. Further on, we will address the statistics. And we can send you the results of this survey together with the proceedings that I presented earlier. I see that 52 participants have already indicated their answers, and I believe that we are in a good position to move on. We have just a couple of questions more to cover. What's your status in the Ukrainian market? Producer or distributor, importer? Again, interesting reaction to this question. And we see that most participants here are distributors and importers. Only 19 producers, 12 now. So the figures are going up, but doesn't change much. Okay, so now the last question. What is your greatest interest? What would you like to hear at the forum today? You can choose up to 3 options. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that I shouldn't read that aloud. You can see all of that on your screens. And you can see the results of the survey on the screens. Let me just highlight that currently we see that the greatest interest is procurement strategy of the company for 2025. Number 2, 8 answers, 8 votes. This is non-price criteria. But to summarize, I see that most of you would like to hear more about procurement strategy of the medical procurement for 2025. Now, friends, thank you so much for your participation in this survey. Let's give each other another round of applause. And you've been very active. So now we are going to move on. And now this is a high time for me to invite for launching the forum, the head of the Committee of the Verkhovna of Ukraine for Health of the Nation, Healthcare and Health Insurance, Mr. Radutsky. Thank you. Well, regarding the festive ceremony, let's avoid festivities, but I would like to welcome and congratulate the company on the new season, the procurements that are going to take place in 2025. I believe, and this is not just my opinion, I believe that this company is one of the most successful state-owned companies that where we hear almost no grounded criticism. I mean, in an ungrounded way, they do appeal to the prosecutor's office, whatever, but it is never confirmed. This is a success story because we can hardly say the same about speaking about other state-owned institutions. So I hope that the certificate that, as far as I know, you are the only state-owned institution that you who got that. This is anti-corruption certificate. I hope that you will maintain that. Now, speaking about the season this year, there have been a lot of legislative amendments, and that was your second option in the voting. There was one voice from me, though. So, regarding the changes, amendments, a lot of them have happened, and we are grateful to the medical procurement, to Ministry of Health. We did all of that together. It was not about like the parliament coming up with some idea or the ministry having their own idea and the state-owned company was not consulted. No, everything that was happening, well, that was done by all the 3 stakeholders: the parliament, the ministry, and the enterprise. And what I like most is that we currently, medical procurement company can conduct the procurements with European counterparts. That's important. That will influence the price because the amount depends on that. The second change is the opportunity to procure medical heavy equipment via Ukrainian facility platform. That's very important. And we have seen the procurements, not yet under Ukraine facility, but the principle was, well, you remember the linear accelerator. You know, when I travel for business, sometimes representatives of producers do not even say hello to you because they have this pain point in other countries where they find out the price of procurement for the accelerator. For MRI, more or less the same story. The state-owned enterprise also does a lot on the platform, not 24 with the nations. They procure vehicles, armored vehicles for evacuation and a lot of other things. Currently, we have already developed, and hopefully it will be adopted soon. So this is about 2 laws that make it possible for local budgets via medical procurement state enterprise to procure medicines with the privileged access agreements. So we increase the number of procurements because the state budget is complemented with the community budget. Where they can afford that, but in the negotiation procedures, they will be able to procure more, and that will result in economy of scale. Currently, this is already allowed, though I have not seen that happening yet, even though many NGOs insisted on this case, that medical procurement can now procure the medicines under parallel import procedure. I don't know if it has happened already. I have not heard about that, but let's say that all of us, we have worked hard to make that possible, and of course we look forward to seeing the results of parallel imports. Let me also mention that we have extended the list of countries that can automatically get registration for the medicines that they produce. Now the UK is added to the list, and we believe that this is very important. And currently, maybe it is not so much about medical procurement enterprise, but I believe that the objectives of the president set for reducing the prices for medicine, that will definitely impact the company, because I believe that starting on the 1st of May, all producers are supposed to declare their prices. In the e-catalog, this is the production level price, Ukrainian pharma and international pharma, and also now we're going to have reference prices. And not in the way as some recommended based on Japan or Switzerland. No, it's going to be referred to those countries where the economic situation is more or less similar to that of Ukraine. So this is like Moldova. Now this list can still change, but now there is Moldova, Romania, Poland. And what we can see now in the pharmacies outside of Ukraine, we see that unfortunately they have somewhere cheaper prices, which is good for them, but unfortunately Ukraine, with our living standards, cannot have higher prices. So we have a significant pharmaceutical sector, but we still see this price gap, even with Moldova. So we hope that all of that at the level of public procurement, this catalog, reference prices for producers, that it will reduce the burden on medical procurement, and because it won't be possible to indicate the price for the catalog that is higher than in the retail market of Ukraine. So this declaration of prices, we believe, is a good thing. Not everybody loves it, but basically the medical procurement state enterprise is not necessarily liked by everyone, and that's okay. So I wish us all every success, above all to medical procurement, because depending on how much and what you procure and how much you save, that impacts a lot of aspects of functioning of our state, and that ensures access of Ukrainian citizens to quality medical care. Without equipment, vaccines, or medicines, it won't be possible. And there is another story there. I hope that PEPFAR and Global Fund will recover, but we will face another global challenge, and this is treatment for people with HIV/AIDS. And here, I recommend that medical procurement company already explores this situation, because it may happen that it is not recovered soon, so the state will need to procure that, because we cannot leave this people without support, they are Ukrainian citizens. So here I have this recommendation that at least we start analyzing the situation. While we had PEPFAR and Global Fund, we were not looking into that much, and I believe that also Ukraine has made the decision on the mandatory vaccination calendar for. So this is another challenge, because this is so this is papillomavirus. So it is not yet accessible, but we need to cover a lot of people. So we need to analyze the situation already. I believe that it is going to be planned starting from 2026, right? There will be amendments in the law on public health, and there you will also have some assignments to implement. So thank you, and wishing you every success. Thank you. Thank you all, Mikhailo, and we are going to move on. And let me pass the floor for welcome address, Deputy Minister of Health of Ukraine, Mr. Edem Adamanov.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to see you all. First of all, I would like to say it's good that this annual tradition forum of suppliers. Now we have a sincere dialogue between those who are adopting the law draft, those who produces or supply the goods. We would like that, like earlier, the focus should be on the patient. We can 1,000 times say that tenders, these are papers, procedures, IT systems, laws, and different regulation. As Steve Jobs said, we should be hungry for changes and not to forget about the focus. So MOH, suppliers, all together we would be targeted at timely deliveries and good pricing. Then all these innovation new instruments, mandatory, they will be successful. If we will lose the main target, whatever we do, nobody would be interested in this. So it's important for suppliers and for medical purchases that delivers. It's not like not to have sanctions that in some specific hospital, some specific people are waiting for the medication. They have different days off, etc. Other working schedule, and to what extent you would push the invoice, which will be signed like in 3 days. But for us, 3 days, it's a big time. So like Mikhail mentioned, all the allocations of MH are doing this is Ukrainian facility. From next year, for the previous years, it was Ukrainian facility resources. We didn't have a beacon in terms of funds. Now we have this beacon. What does it mean for you? For you, it means that when we are talking about the equipment, these are goods from Ukraine or European countries with certain exclusions, partners that helped us very much. which will considerably mention on pricing, conditions of purchase, how we will provide this equipment. Now in state budget we have enough of money, own funds, without commitments to partners on medication. And here we are, if we are talking about capital allocations, these are only acceptable countries. This is the agreement that been ratified by the Parliament of Ukraine. Whether we will have claims, but the law is above all. So do not actually accept this like a wish of the government or MOH. This is the agreement that is between us and European Union, and we thus get this financing. This equipment that we purchase will help to transform our medicine, to provide our patients with quality equipment, and that the patients should be free of charge, be getting services, but not just to form long queues in order to avoid. Here will be a lot of questions about new criteria. I would like to ask medical purchases of Ukraine to include, and some association asked, it's not an issue that we should buy something more expensive. A new criteria is an instrument that would permit to buy something expensive. This is, first of all, the question of provision of our patients. This is we are counting money in a different way. Once I said, I mentioned Ukrpost bought these electric bulbs, and now National Police investigated this case because then it should be. So for us, this is an instrument to protect patients, that the medical goods should be quality ones, and that the hospitals that they use so many times like it is prescribed. So all these criteria may be perceived maybe differently by you, but please do not be upset to purchase an agency if there will be new pricing criteria that would demand from suppliers 100% to deliver the goods. If you talk about the equipment, we will be counting the cost of life cycle, and this is makes us more efficient. We discuss this with content, and don't leave unless you get all the answers. I wish you all this year the inspiration. We have many reforms underway for medical purchases, so we have a lot of exclusion. This is due to our member of parliaments and the government. It's not like I used to work there, because there is a trust loan from suppliers, patients, from stakeholders. So new regulations are not directly impacting of MOH. This is done in order to reduce deposits in deliveries. So our supplies should be have integrity. This is what we are not referring the prices for original medication. It doesn't mean that the price may be any. We trust you as responsible companies. You provide to us the best prices when we are in a full-scale war. This trust credit is that we increase the finances. This is about 11 billion hryvnia. This is 30% more than in the previous year, which was also a record. So we are ready to invest more to increase the share of the state. But from your side, from suppliers, we also expect a step from you. The delivery GMP certificate that are done timely. And I do hope that for 6 years in a row, you already got accustomed to Prozora system. So purchasing legislation will be changed small inside. I do hope that together with MOE, we will be able to launch open framework. There are questions to the law on public procurement. Now Commission is reading it out. If and we'll postpone, we will be just changing in the profile resolution. It will give, like in defense, to make open framework and to select suppliers and change it quickly if you didn't deliver on time. So thank you, a productive day. Thank you for your words, Mr. Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost in timing, and we will pass to the next part of our program. Speeches of speakers with speeches. I would like to invite the Senior General Director of State Enterprise Medical Purchases of Ukraine, Mr. Oleg Klots, with the presentation how MOH will be purchasing the medical goods in 2025. Please. Good afternoon. We have a good tradition annually to get together. This is a super cool place where we can communicate. This is an opportunity to brief you on changes which we will have this year. Thank you to WHO organizers that we have an opportunity here to be at this event. So let's start. I will have two speeches. In first one, I will tell you what would change and how we would be purchasing medical goods during this year. During second speech, I will tell you about changes in legislation, and due to that, we'll have changes that we will talk now. As this was mentioned by Adam, we have a record funding this year. If previous year the budget was 8 billion, this year it is 11 billion, which is more than 30%. Also, with increase of funding, we have an increase of loan of trust, so to say, trust credit. We have 3 tracks, medication for substitution therapy. So we are purchasing for our state budget. This is a system of monitor of HIV, expendables materials for TB. There are all tracks that are extended. Each year MOH adds new medical goods to purchase that the patient should have access to innovative modern treatment. This is a good news. The budget is been increased, and we will have more assortment for purchase. A few words about forecasting and collection of needs. We never talk about this. As colleague mentioned today, the main focus is our patients. So we're talking about figures, medication, schedule of delivery, but beyond that, we have patients. So we start from collection of needs, and then we understand what number of patients, in which region they are, and how many medical goods should be purchased to cover the needs of these patients. It's a laborsome process with the inclusion of certain stakeholders, MOH of Ukraine, that forms the assortment. This as medical purchases of Ukraine. We coordinate medical facilities with our IT systems, e-stock and metadata. We do training, testing, elaboration of templates. We collect the needs, then verify it, few levels, communicate and transfer the collected, aggregated need to expert group attached to the Ministry of Health that adopt or do not adopt such a need. Frequently with the cases when the experts understanding that the hospital is not objectively provided the need, so we launch the cycle again to understand how much it is laborsome on some nosologies. On some medications, the collection needs is maybe up to 3 months because we have complicated nosologies. What is new this year? We have children's oncology, adults oncology, cardiovascular diseases, which we stopped to collect needs. We have a lot of historical data, and we are capable to forecast the number of medication necessary for the whole year. There are exclusions in big demand, so we collect to verify the method of casting independently. From 26 tracks in last year we had 14, 11 tracks are finalized, and we have certain orders of MOH, and relatively today we have market consultations, we perform purchases on the given nosologies. Next aspect, how we calculate the terms of delivery. We understand that here we have patient beyond. When we calculate the term of delivery which is necessary, we mention it in agreement. We ask on market consultations. They're elaborated in instruments where we aggregate a lot of information in terms of remaining amounts and monthly use. Analyzing this info, we get data when the medication should be on the territory of our warehouse. Many of you work with the medications if we import with the severe regulatory policy, so you should actually add time for delivery, for analysis, because for us it's important that if there is no enough of provision, we never shift schedule of deliveries. Next, what will be new this year? Majority of you should know this, that in the end of 2023 we actually merged with another state enterprise. This we have our affiliate of medical supply with a logistic partner. Actually works with the whole assortment of goods that we purchase. We should be sure in the quality of medication during the chain from the producer to the supplier. So GMP certification this year, and we will demand from suppliers all the licenses and observation of all the requirements on GDP. So here you can scan QR code and you can have the plate of this qualification questionnaire, which will be one of the annexes to tender documentation. It should be mentally filled out and added during each purchasing process. What else will be changed in the agreements? We have mid-term planning for 3 years. We have 258 positions that have been purchased for mid-term. We will continue same with the agreement from the side of supplier. What else would be changed in our agreements? If we mentioned today, there are legislative changes that provide parallel input and deliveries. Thank you so much for the colleagues from State Medication Service, State Expert Center. Yesterday we had a meeting where we finalized everything to make tender documents and to launch new auctions for delivery of a new medication which is not registered in terms of parallel input. During 14 days you need to apply for registration. Sincerely speaking, this is you submit your intentions. All that is left for us critical. This is the point, the moment of registration of medications. Since last year we have legislation new, and at a given stage when we announce any options, we allow registered and non-registered medications. So here we have advantages in quality and in price. We see the savings for such medication purchased. Also, we have a big problem as of today when suppliers last year been concluding the agreements. They've been going beyond the term of 90 days, and then we cannot get the medication, and patients are suffering, having no treatment. So for us it is critical. We are saying today that these businesses should be socially responsible. If there is a requirement 90 days, so you have to register during this term. Colleagues are open from the State Medication Service, from the State Expert Center. We perform consultations. We are ready. You should have the desire of a supplier to go through this process quickly and without any failures. This is last year, if a supplier didn't register during 90 days, we imposed 20% of sanctions. It's a big amount. It is a method of stimulation, but we are approaching the supply, but we inspire you to be socially responsible and to fit with the terms indicated in the agreement. All you remember that until 2023, we were exempt from the obligation to pay value-added tax. Now we have such an obligation. Now we are using discounts during martial law, but in future we have to cooperating with you. We have to understand that you also registered tax documents. So this point will be in the agreement for non-timely registration in taxation. There will be also sanctions. These will be the sanctions of the taxation administrations that are written in tax code. Also, we added another annex to tender documentation. This is quality agreement to verify, in order to verify that during all the process from the supplier to patient, the medication are stored and transported in duly conditions. If you're talking about the equipment, this is Ukraine facility framework agreement. I will not be stopping at it in detail, because during the second speech I will tell you more about the aspects of this agreement. Today we talk a lot. The second speech of our event will be devoted to non-pricing criteria. I will stop that legislature. We have such an opportunity, and the colleagues will open more details during the panel discussion. As of today, according to the law on public procurement and peculiarities, there is a full-scale mechanism and to use pricing criteria. This weight or cost may be 30%. How does it work in Europe and other countries? For instance, we have medication. We determine some time for delivery. If a supplier may supply during 30 days, so this is 30% from the cost of the medication. If it is 120 days, it can be 20%. If 180, it will be 20%. So ProZorro may calculate this processed cost. So we are going to we will purchase medication with a non-pricing criteria. You should be more attentively to monitor tender documentation. The algorithm describes what actions should be done at ProZorro platform. We will have a new platform presentation for you. Thank you so much. I'm very glad that we are all together.
Thank you. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we will see Oleg again on this stage, and as he mentioned, he will present on another topic. And let me remind you now what I mentioned at the beginning, the QR code on your badges. Now this is high time for you to scan the QR code and to follow the link and ask your questions to the first presentation by Oleg. This QR code will also be shown on the screen for the participants who follow us online. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that your questions cannot relate to those procurements of the company that are now conducted in ProZorro system. Meanwhile, our scene is ready, and I pass the floor to the next speaker. These are going to be two speakers. Ms. Yulia Zarutska, Head of Department for Quality Control, control of quality of medicines and blood of the state medicinal service, and Mr. Chikalin, Head of the state oversight, medical oversight of the service. Hello. So today we are going to address the question of quality control for medical products and devices and requirements to the suppliers who participate in public procurement. And I'm going to speak about medications. Let me mention that requirements to the suppliers are generalized, and be it public procurement or not, all of that is indicated in license agreement as approved with resolution 929, and all the suppliers, vendors are supposed to have licenses for the economic activity. This is production or wholesale trade or import, and they must comply with good production, distribution practice, or good storage practice. So now, what requirements are for suppliers, in particular on the grounds of the already obtained license, to whom economic entities can supply medical products. These are wholesale and retail trade agents, producers, treatment facilities, healthcare facilities, legal entities with structural units that deal with treatment and prevention, or to authorized individuals for procurement in the field of healthcare. In order to confirm GMP certificate, and this is about producers now, there are two options basically, which are indicated in Order 1130, and that's about the path that you choose depends on in which country the production facilities are located. If that is EU, UK, or a country that has a mutual recognition agreement with the EU or with Ukraine, their GMP certificate issued in those countries is confirmed by the state medicinal service, and based on results, they issue the conclusion or the opinion. For other countries, GMP certificate is issued based on results of expansioning by Ukrainian GMP inspectors. That proves, certifies compliance with production conditions and facilities with what's required by GMP. What are the requirements for obtaining the certificate? Two main challenges that are based on the greatest number of issues or that the content of the documents needs to be in line with provisions of the procedures adopted with Order 1130. That sounds logical, but this main requirement it may be the one where there are a lot of comments, and timely addressing the violations based on results of the previous testing and into account. Main requirements for storage and transporting the medical products. That is, well, as you know, compliance with the storage conditions as set by the producer, in particular in the course of transporting the technical means in line with all the requirements, and quality control of the medical products at all the stages. Other logistic requirements: use of specially equipped transport with refrigerators. When planning the route, the risk-based approach must be applied, and if these are narcotic, psychotropic drugs or precursors, there are special requirements for these products. Regarding quality control now. For quality control, the medicines that are imported into the territory of Ukraine are regulated by the Cabinet Resolution 929 2 for ordinary products and Order 698 for the immune biological products. And again, our requirements are the same for importation of all the medicines, but if they are brought for medical procurement company, there are some specific requirements. There's free of charge provision to regional or local administration, or transition to those parties that have the that are authorized for medical practice. Another specific feature that are imported upon medical procurement. Here, compliance with GMP can be confirmed with the guarantee letter. Of course, the intended use needs to be confirmed, and for that sake, medical procurement submits a letter to the state medicinal service and confirms that those medications that are supplied by this entity, that they are intended for their needs. And based on those letters, inspectors of the medicinal service in every region that through which the importation takes place, they understand that for these products, the state control deadline will be not 8 but 5 business days. And usually the service, well, when we know that it is from medical procurement company, we see that as a priority. We know that we shouldn't allow any delay, that there are contract dates, that's pressing and important. We always take that into account. Regarding medical, immune and biological products, there are also some specific features of those regulations. This is about that licensed entities can be engaged and requirements for the shelf life, at least 70% of the term as determined by the producer. And again, if the intended use is confirmed, there the shelf life can be shorter. For immune and biological products, if they are not brought for medical procurement of Ukraine, then there is no privilege like that. And here on this chart, you see some data on the number of series, number of boxes that have been imported in the recent 4 years and that have been addressed by the state medicinal service and state quality control, where there were opinions issued. And the last section of my presentation is on parallel import. This is a novelty, innovation in our market. We've discussed that a lot, and we have approved some regulations, and now we are discussing what that has been, how we are going to implement that. So first of all, this is about the law of Ukraine, the new law, and Article 73 or 8, sorry, maybe 78. I mean the one on parallel import. It was enacted on the 17th of July last year. Then there was Resolution 32 to amend the license conditions, and they introduced this definition of parallel import. Let me also emphasize that there is no license for parallel importers. There is an ordinary license for importers, and an importer is a parallel importer if they receive at least one permit for the imported product. So no changes for license. Then there is the Cabinet Resolution 166 on amending some regulations. I believe that this is the major one, where it amends a lot of resolutions, including provisions of the state medicinal service and 902. And I mean, this is the resolution that amends a variety of regulations, and that introduces the concept of parallel import. And it adds the permit for parallel imports. And last week, Order of the Minister of Health 277 was published and enacted. And there it says the procedure for obtaining permits for parallel import and the specifics of pharmacovigilance. There is also the resolution that is going to be adopted on maintaining registries. It is planned that there will be a separate registry for parallel import, but while we don't have that, the State Medicinal Service will just use the Excel file on their website. That's also stated in the legislation. Now for the specific features for selling parallel import products. They are not to be sold in pharmacies, and maybe this is the main feature. They are not included into the state registry. And based on that, we expect that privileged taxation does not cover those. And for those products, there are separate procedures for obtaining the permit, which is to some extent similar to state registration procedure, and separate importation and control procedures. The advantages of parallel imports that we expect, and that's based on experience of other countries. That's about the positive impact on the budget of procurement, and EU experience proves that there is economic efficiency. Additional mechanisms to provide healthcare facilities with medicines and expanded access to the required medications. I guess I'll stop here. Let me just add that, as mentioned by the previous speakers, the State Medicinal Service works with medical procurement in all the possible areas, and if we do have any issues, we address them. And we understand very high social significance of this process, and we try to provide full support and do everything in the framework that makes it possible to provide for quality and safety, and so this is one of our priorities. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor, the clicker, to my colleague. He will be speaking about medical devices. Hello, dear colleagues. I would like to speak here about the regulatory processes for medical devices, because, as you know, in some aspects that's very different from the medical products, and there is some specificity there. Regarding regulatory framework, that's about the law of Ukraine on control of non-food products and safety of non-food products, and the law on technical regulations and compliance assessment. And these are the laws that set regulatory framework. Then technical regulations for medical devices, that's the cabinet resolution. They were adopted on the 2nd of October 2013, and they became mandatory in 2017. This is 54, 55, and 37. So, as you know, medical devices, that's a huge nomenclature, starting from elementary patches to sophisticated devices like MRI or CT, and also the in vitro diagnostic devices. So each of those have their technical regulations. They set the characteristics of products, the link processes and production methods, as well as requirements for the terminology, for packaging, labeling. This is, to put it briefly, why those technical regulations are needed. Compliance with the requirements confirms that this device is safe. As you know, compliance with medical regulations, technical regulations is mandatory for every device. Regarding the documents that the company supplies of medical devices, above all, this is the compliance declaration, but that's the final document with which the producer or the authorized representative confirms that the entire process that is described for a specific group of devices was completed and fully. So looking at this declaration, we understand that this is a safe device. For some devices, there are documents like a certificate for compliance, and these certificates need to accompany first-class medical devices with measurement functions, sterile, first class, then the devices of first and third, of second and third classes, the list A and B, and self-controlled devices. Regarding Resolution 755, all of them are supposed to have the respective compliance. So let me also emphasize that there are first-class devices, and all devices for in vitro diagnosis, they need to be available in the registry that is maintained by the service. This is the registry of individuals authorized for maintenance of the devices. This is the market oversight section, and if the device is there, it means that this evaluation was completed. Regarding the declaration, as I mentioned, that's the final document that confirms compliance with all the requirements, processes, and procedures for the conformity check, and it needs to contain the respective information. It is drafted by the producer or the authorized representative if the producer is a non-resident entity. It includes the name and address of the producer, the production sites, and also the name and the address of the authorized representative. Information about one or several medical devices produced by the producer, names, code, or something else needs to be indicated. The safety class needs to be indicated, and the term of action of the declaration, and the details of the conformity certificate need to be indicated. Then, in the course of procurement, I recommend that you check the information. It must be identical in such documents as declaration and needs to coincide with the labeling, the leaflet, the manual, and the conformity certificate, because sometimes the suppliers use other parties' documents, so you need to check the name of the device and other details so that they coincide. The labeling with the conformity mark, so non-medical devices that are considered to be in conformity with technical regulations when they are introduced, when they are launched to the market.
Оцінки відповідності на рішенням виробника на
Is marked by the decision of the producer on the package, and in the instruction, if this instruction is mandatory, it is mandatory for those goods, to all goods except goods first and second A class. If such goods, items can be used safely without such an instruction. Information that is provided by the producer, each medical item should be accompanied by the information necessary for its safe and correct use, with the level of qualification and preparation of consumers and users for identification of the item. All information that is mentioned by the producers in the packaging or on a medical item, it should be adequate to the requirements of Ukrainian legislation as Ukrainian language, as state language. In general, these are short aspects of regulation and technical regulations that you should mandatory pay attention if the adequacy, the compliance with the requirements is confirmed by these documents. Then we can think that this item is safe, not worrying to apply it and use it. In terms of our cooperationship, we understand that the regulatory system of medical items sometimes is complicated and not clear. So all the time we are open for cooperation. We are glad to consult at some phases of the purchases. So we are always open. Thank you. Miss Volodymyr, Miss Yulia, thank you so much for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the Q&A session, pay attention that some of you during presentation, Volodymyr and Yulia, have been photographing slides. I would like to remind you that at the end of the event, all materials, all presentations, additional instructions, video recording of our forum shall be sent to you, everybody to you, to your email. If you are in doubt that your email is not correct in the registration, then please address this issue at the registration stand. We start Q&A session. We have one question. Frequently we have situation emerging when the participants of the auction, they take participation in fake documents, which bear threats for the integrity of suppliers. Who has to investigate such cases and how to approach the situation with integrity, with integral suppliers? Mr. Hwachwend Stanislav will answer. Good afternoon, colleagues. In fact, the question is important, and we face as a actually customer of tender purchases. So if the document that are uploaded in the electronic format or provided as documents as winners, so we have the power to confirm the truthfulness of information of state enterprises, facilities, etc., in case of their competency, and if by the results of the received response we will not get the confirming information, these documents are confirming the circumstances, so we have the power to decline such tender proposal. And unfortunately, in our practice, we have cases when participants they abuse their certain rights and they upload documents with the features of fake untrue data, so guarantee letters, technical specification, or any other information to the bodies of state power, etc. And there were cases when we had documents as a winner of tender, even a fake reference of a person that was not prosecuted. So if we are not actually a body of legal enforcement or judicial power or executive power, and we cannot truthfully determine that this document, roughly speaking, to establish the fact of the fake. So we have special expert centers, so we address to law enforcement bodies. We write actually application about the infringement of law. So we are verifying as a customer. If you have some doubts that something is not confirmed, then from our side as customer we react and get information, qualify and admit the winner or decline the winner, who has to prosecute and investigate. Of course, competent bodies have to do it. So I actually call you up to be integral to patients and to us as customer and to other participants that take participation in tenders, and provide only those documents that can confirm, and in any case not to abuse something that we won't see something, because there will be criminal liability, and as a customer in such cases we react and we address to competent law enforcement bodies. Thank you.
Друзі, я
Станіслав.
хочу нагадати, що
I would like to remind you, Stanislav Yevhenko, Deputy General Director on anti-corruption and compliance activity of MOH of Ukraine.
ми будемо рухатися з вами
We will move forward.
У нас більше питань немає.
No, we don't have questions. 100% I'm sure there will be questions after next presentation. Topic changes in legislation and interaction with the market participants. I invite Oleg Kluts for his second speech. Thank you. I'm sitting with the colleagues now. This is your speech. No, it's not us, it's you. As promised, let's start second part about changes in legislation, in tender documentation, and in our activity. Today, we mentioned a lot about parallel import. Let's go in depth. What is it? And what we will require in the proposals. During last year, we elaborated a lot of norms, legislative acts, secondary legislation. As of today, to take participation in tenders and purchases, there should be participants having license on wholesale trade or on purchase. There will be a licensee in parallel import that will bring to territory of Ukraine, but the active legislation doesn't prohibit it to sell it to a further participant with having license for wholesale trade. One comment, it should not be sold through pharmaceutical networks, only to medical facilities to provide medical aid to patients. So these are the participants with license to import or wholesale trade. There should be permission for parallel import or the commitment during 90 days. We will simplify it. We have two options: registration certificate, then medication may be brought to Ukraine, or permission to parallel import. So in our case, these are two documents can be identical. In terms of medication, which will be proposed by the participant, there will be further changes. With permission to parallel import, we need to provide license to import or wholesale trade and permission to parallel import. If at the moment of participation, the participant doesn't have such a license, we will ask in any case any permission for parallel import. In any case, we verify whether the participant's licensee, it should provide licenses, confirmation of registration of medication in Ukraine and EU. If you talk about parallel import, it's important. We are talking about medications that have been through the final point of production in European Union. As minimum, there should be authorized plant or a place to issue certificate and quality certificate. So in terms of registration of EU, confirmation of availability of registration of benchmark medication in Ukraine. Now you, in practice, call it to analyze tender documentations, tender agreement draft, and communicate with us. Also, we talk a lot about framework agreement signed with the EU member states, Ukraine facility. If it is simply all the purchases will be done according to the law, and a resolution 1811 between EU and Ukraine, why it should be applied. The colleague said it will be capital allocations that are exclusively medical equipment, non-medical items we purchase by 1400 program. We are talking about solely about the equipment. Ukraine facility. If you go further, what are the requirements? What will be prohibited for us as a customer to do with the participant if it's not from the acceptable country? We prohibit to pay for and the beneficiary to pay. We started financial monitoring of beneficiaries of the producers. And we had cases
Ми вимушені були розривати
when we had to actually to terminate the agreement because one of the beneficiaries of the producers would be in sanction list. So we verify sanction list, and there will be certain requirements doing that. Purchase can be done exclusively with the acceptable countries. Like our colleague said, you can click the link, you can see the agreement and the list of these acceptable countries. If to simplify, these are all EU member states. According to the economics of that they provide the aid to Ukraine at the level of EU, we are talking about Japan, EU. Please verify if you will propose to us the goods. The good or its components from this country, it will be actually a direct foundation to decline this RFP. Now, the basis to terminate the agreement, if the requirements of Ukraine facility will not be observed. First basis for termination that the participant is not registered in the acceptable country. Again, there will be a link, please verify. The winner of the purchase would be a person or entity with sanctions from the EU, or during payment according to the agreement, the participant provided materials, resources from the countries that are not acceptable. So everything spins around acceptable countries. Being advanced, there are exclusions. If twice the open tenders will not be done, then justification is given that we may permit the components that purchase from unacceptable countries. How it will be in practice, it's very interesting, and please monitor that. Next topic, which is very interesting for all social responsible businesses, patient organizations. I'm glad that we have representatives of patients organizations, so I call you up during the break to talk with these people because they know better from the first hand the needs of patients, what is necessary to do you as a companies to cover these needs. When we talk about, like Mikhail said, now we have in first reading 2 law drafts in delegated access. This law draft will permit to us as a customer to maintain the negotiations not within the interest of the state budget and Ministry of Health for the purchase of innovative medication, but also to address to local governance bodies in any region to aggregate the need and to maintain the negotiations on general amount. So we're expecting to the adoption of this law. Next sensitive topic, if you're talking agreement of delegated access, so we are talking about dosing. In March of this year, MIH gave us 9 more molecular substances for negotiations. So now we have 9 delegated negotiations. Now I will explain to you who are the stakeholders and how we will be moving on these delegated access agreements. You start from the application as applicants to State Expertise Center to verify medical technology, but the results of this technology, they are delegated to the working group attached to MIH. Then this working group takes the decision whether to support or not. If you don't have delegation to us, then we cannot initiate negotiations. Then we communicate with the producers. We have a big number of producers, and weekly we have 2-3 meetings within the framework of negotiation group. At first phase, we sign agreement about NDA with all participants, and then we perform negotiation. It can be few months. Any aspects of agreement can be discussed at the level headquarters, the price. This is the main part of our negotiation. And then in the case when we agree, We send this to working group protocol, and then it will be a final taken decision whether we purchase this medication or not. What we have on these delegated access agreements? I think that the MOH now will initiate in front of expert center a shortened procedure. Then we have we may have reconclude the agreements from previous year, and after 26 delegations. Delegated agreements for priority of negotiation. This is the cost, first of all, 135 GDP per capita per patient. So we will be doing according to this criteria. Then, if it's the next participant with higher price. The last, I will stop on the innovations and why we did these innovations. Starting from previous year, the SAP system use as one single point window for communication with the suppliers. We saw cases when participants do not take participation and then just directly go to Prozora platform. We call you to register in the system and constantly and permanently use it. Because in this system you can see all the announcements for purchases, schedules of, you can have links, new instructions to clear use of the system. So again, I insist that this is the place for communication between us, and you should review the statuses that they have. We have done a lot of modernization comparing to previous years, categorization, all working processes arranged according to change of legislation. So now we call you up to use this system. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lek, for interesting presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Now I was informed that at the next session of Q&A we have questions, so I will not be reminding how it should be done to some of the speakers or from Ministry of Health. We move forward. Now I invite for the speech Pharmaceutical Supervision State Expert Center, Deputy Director of MOH, Ms. Evgenia Ishkova.
Пані Євгенія.
So Evgenia is going to speak on registration of products and how to speed up facilitate access to quality products via public procurement. Hello, dear colleagues, dear friends. So when I was getting ready for this forum, for this conference here, I tried to prepare an overview, general presentation to make it understandable above all for you, dear applicants, and also to try and classify those opportunities that are available now. And together with the colleagues from the Ministry of Health, the State Service for Medicinal Service and Medical Procurement, we work very fruitfully in an open manner. We are trying to do our best so that it were easier for you to supply quality medication. So today I'm going to speak about the regulatory framework, and then we'll address your questions. So the acts that govern us in the context of registration of healthcare products, that's the law on medical products, and the amendments have been made, so we expect that soon they will be published, and we will work under the new framework. That's a resolution of the Cabinet 376, as you know. It is also being amended now, so we are always expecting some amendments in legislation. The order of the Ministry of Health 426 in the respective version. I will refer to this as 426 because you understand what you mean. And this is items 10.4 and 10.5 of Section 5. Even though it not only these items make it possible for you to enter the registration and get your certificates with the quality and convenient life cycle for further work in the Ukrainian market, not only for supplies for a certain period, but for many years ahead. And these are our orders, 1391. And today I'm going to speak about 1391, but just to make it clear, I will indicate the part of the law. So this is part 4, as all of us know. The order of the Ministry of Health 1391, and look at the date. This is the 3rd of February 2025, and part 12. And let's start. 1391. The first and well-known so-called old version in that is valid since this is who conducts the procurements, the medical procurements, the authorized individuals, the countries, the registration, and which organizations comply with this procedure. This is registration by the competent authority of the USA, Swiss Confederation, Japan, Australia, Canada, the EU, under centralized procedure as applies in the territory of those countries. How the assessment procedure takes place. And this is not expertise, this is check, this is evaluation for authenticity. And here we try to always make it this way. So this is, of course, the priority for us, the medical procurement. So according to the legislation, we comply with 5 working days since obtaining the application and the respective materials if the payment is made for the check. This condition, full payment, makes it possible for us to already expect for something, and with the colleagues from medical procurement we can confirm that the process has started, and as soon as possible we will come up with recommendation for the Ministry of Health, and the potential product will be registered. Now about innovations. It is possible to submit for amendments in this obsolete procedure, and also the communication, which I didn't have before. Previously, we received a package of documents and we checked it and came up with our opinion, and that was it. Now we can already communicate with you. We can come up with 2 comments. This is like Q&A iterations, which makes it easier and facilitates registration if there are any issues there. Then 1391, part 12, that's new. And there, no one has yet addressed us. Again, this is about procurement by the authorized individual, not registered in Ukraine when the procurement is conducted. Registration countries: US, Switzerland, Japan, Australia, Canada, EU member states, or registered by the competent authority of the EU under the respective procedure. Again, this is evaluation assessment, not the expertise. So this is about check of the registration, authenticity of the registration materials, and it must not take longer than 30 days. And 30 days, believe me, it is about really like impasse situation. Usually it is 3 to 5 days. So now, what we expect there in the framework of the further amendments that will probably be launched in May. Adding the UK, Mr. Radutsky mentioned that already, that's new. The specifics of this procedure That's 1391 part 12, right? So what's new? What we, us as experts, decided to undertake, understanding that there may be some difficulties with the package of documents, how to make it easier for you to apply. Again, absence of the report on assessment of the list of documents that should accompany the application. Maybe you remember that not everyone can receive this report, and we had long discussions with the Ministry of Health and with the Cabinet, with colleagues, and we agreed to this condition, and we accept the documents where the report is not attached. Then three options for choice. The document that confirms application of the product in the respective countries, or you provide the notarized copy of documents that confirms compliance with the production provisions of the production specificities with the current provisions in Ukraine, or a written obligation of the applicant to receive the document that confirms conformity with the Ukrainian due production practice. We believe that it makes it really easy, so we are looking forward to our cooperation. Then 1391, that's what we expect. The old version, but in view of the amendments to be introduced in May. The procurement, the person authorized to conduct the procurement, and here we add the UK and the EU member states. So all in all, the registered by competent authority of the EU as the UK, Switzerland, Japan, Australia, Canada, an EU member state, EU under centralized procedures, and applies in the territory of those countries. And here we have new lists, either included into the database of the medications that can be procured in the framework of the extraordinary plan of the US President for HIV/AIDS, as published on the website, so the PEPFAR list with tentative approval of the competent authority of the US. So this is about gradual access to simplify the procedure for submitting documents, and included into the list of WHO pre-qualified products and produced in the respective site as of the date of application. So you provide us with the screen, and we check if it is on the list. Again, this is about check of registration materials for authenticity, and the deadline is 5 working days. What else? I have already mentioned that. If there is no report, then any other document as stipulated by the registration country. We don't yet know which documents you are going to submit to us, but we analyze that, and for example, we took countries with rigid regulatory policy, public assessment reports of Australia, Japan, Switzerland, and the UK. We will see, because that's new to us as well, and how the documents will be submitted. We will work on that together with you. And so far, there is the opportunity to have free of charge consultation from the center. So before you make a decision to participate in the procurement, please come to us with your questions, how to move on and what are the stumble stones, so that we could speed up access to procurement and to quality medications. And here, well, I mentioned WHO pre-qualification, and there is the opportunity to apply for re-registration. So we already have some life cycle for these procedures. This is the order which I decided to address, but it is not active. This is Article 9. You know that previously there were specialized organizations, but this procedure has not been cancelled, and previously this provision was efficient. Any country where this product is registered or pre-qualified by WHO, check for authenticity, and 5 working days. Statistically, since 2020, how we have been working on that. So you can see that between submitted and approved, even though there were some difficulties at the end of the year, we don't see any refusals, so that the Ministry of Health refuses that, only when there were discrepancies in documents. But otherwise, you see that the gap is minor. 2022, it was unexpected for all of us, so there was a slump, and the recent 3 years, 2023 to 25, we also see some slump there, because in 2023, you know, if you received your registration certificates, there was the urgent procedure applied. Currently, it has been cancelled, but back then it was active, and there were a lot of participants who registered the products. 2024-25, why so few? Because, and further on I'm going to speak about order number 326, 10.4, 10.5. Again, who procures that? The medical procurement of Ukraine, the registration country, any. It doesn't depend on the producing country. And this is about the analysis of materials of the registration file. So when we recommended, when there was this collision on how to move on, and there was shortage of documents, and at consultations we found a way out, and we tried to move this way to register those products where these applicants then became the suppliers. This is about expertise, about GMP, and the term is no more than 30 days. For us, that was a priority. What's new? Item 10.5 will be deleted. We expect that the new procedure will be implemented. We leave 10.4, while 10.5, the procedure for registration of the medical product that is procured by the individual authorized to conduct procurements in the healthcare sector, no matter what the producer is, or where there is labeling, the leaflet on how to use, and short description of the medication in the language of the original, different from the name of the country. It was cancelled. 10.4 remains there. You accept it, you submit documents, and we conduct the check. But there it is mandatory to submit GMP certificates. Statistically, if we go back to that, there is correlation, 2024-25, some slump in 1391, because in 2024-25 we worked on 10.4 and 5, more on 4, of course. This is for general information about types of registration dossiers that we received. You see 75% is generics, 5 hybrids, 5% full dossier, and fixed combination. There is another order which does not really fit here, but that's on the shortened procedure for registration, 1245. That's not only for those healthcare facilities that are covered with public procurement, but you can use these materials, you can receive your recommendations and registration certificates. This is only for US, Switzerland, Japan, Australia, and those products that are registered under centralized procedures. So this is only the countries with the strict regulatory policy, and the term is deadline is not more than 10 business days. And we also expect that the UK will be added. And before I say thank you, let me mention that now it's almost late April, second quarter is almost there, and we discussed that with the colleagues, and the medical public procurement is working actively, but unfortunately we don't yet have the applicants who would like to register and become suppliers for medical procurement. So somewhere, well, we work 24/7. You know where we are, so we invite you to do that already, because the end of the year is coming, plus ECTD. So that's it from me. Thank you, Evgenia. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with this second session of questions and answers. We have quite many for this session. Let's start with that. There are several questions to Jana Stachowska, head of the category management department of the medical procurement. So, first question to you. Could you please clarify the algorithm for application of Ariba system when organizing procurement of medical equipment? At which point the system appears in Prozoro after it appears on Ariba? Because there are all the items, medical equipment planned for procurement by the medical procurement. So if medical procurement conduct procurement of those equipment that is not on Ariba. Well, SAP Ariba system is used to announce the market consultations, including for the equipment. We expect for the list of items from the Ministry of Health, and we go to Ariba to announce the procedures where suppliers provide us with the information, the expected cost, the supply calendar, and also we add the medical and technical requirements for the suppliers, and then the process starts. If we really have significant amendments in or changes to medical and technical requirements, we need to start the cycle of additional confirmation, because we need to have confirmation from the Ministry of Health and the group of experts under the ministry. And this cycle of additional
Це може тривати
It can be about 2 weeks, and after that we are moving. We announce the announcement about the procedure of purchase, and then you will see this procedure after all approvals. If there is no changes in medical technical requirement, then we can accelerate this process, but we need also to have some period, because we need to process all the information that you provide to us in market consultations. And then we have final announcement. So please provide to us quality, true information in terms of price and schedules of deliveries, and the issues that you have to medical technical requirements. Since it will accelerate the process of announcement, and we will be able to quickly start the procedure of purchase. The question is for all. We use SAP system for announcement of market consultations. So we announce in SAP this procedure. Next question. Do you plan as MOH in 2025 to perform purchase of medical items for the account of state budget beyond the framework of Ukraine facility? Do you have an adopted nomenclature of such equipment adopted for 2025? As my colleague said, we are moving exclusively within the framework of Ukraine facility, so we'll announce procedures on purchase with the given requirement. In terms of assortment of items, now we are doing preparation to announce the equipment for the synthesis for lab of synthesis of radiopharmaceutical medications. So now we are in this focus. As for the rest of the equipment, we don't have an adopted list, but we will have some positions should be adopted. So go to SAP, and then we will ask you to provide to us all necessary information according to the issues raised in market consultations. Now we have market consultations. In the request of customer, there is a general number of required goods, like 1,200 items. Then it is divided into 4 years, breakdown 400 each year. In case if the company doesn't want to conclude 3-year agreement, which amount, which number of items will be purchased at the beginning, 1,200, or the number which is divided for 3 years, 400 pieces. First of all, I should differentiate in terms of medications. The market consultations, we note only 2 dates, the figures, and this is a necessary amount number for 1 year and for 3 years. In terms of medical items, we have such a breakdown. First number of for the 3 years, and then breakdown conditionally for 2025, 26, and 27. Also, we ask US suppliers, do you agree to move in 3 years agreement? Then we sum all these divided amounts or numbers. If it is 25, 26, 27, we sum it up, and then we go to announcement for 3 years. If suppliers do not want to go along with 3 years agreement, then we announce a number of 2025 only. In each market consultation, we upload the link to the order of Minister of Health, when you can get yourself acquainted with the number for purchase. So the column, the 100% need with the consideration funding for 25, 26, 27 relevantly. So please get yourself acquainted to these needs. Thank you.
І у нас є ще 2 питання до Сергія Омельчука.
We have the questions to Sergey Amelchuk, Head of Purchasing Department of MIH. Please advise which document adopts the assortment of medical items that MIH plans to purchase in 2025 in a Ukraine facility framework. Hello, it's a very hot topic, Ukraine facility, and for us as well. During the comments, to continue the comments from my colleagues, the Ukraine facility is not only the issue of MOH and purchasing. This is all national funding in different tracks. So I'm glad this is so interested of the present people. In terms of assortment, at the given stage, we have the order 271 dated March to use the funds from the state budget to implement a public investment project of MIH. of Ukraine. Now we have few programs there that are envisioned to implement these funds. One of the programs, this is implementation of a nuclear medicine center establishment, and there is the list of items that will be purchased for the funds of Ukraine facility, both by MOH and medical facilities, which will be defined as beneficiaries of funds according to this program. We will perform purchases with the consideration of requirements and norms of Ukraine facility framework. Resolution 271. The rest of the items, this is and medication. This is order of MOH 216. Another question about Ukraine facility. Can MOH within the Ukraine facility to purchase medical items, equipment manufactured in US, Canada, Japan, and UK? The framework agreement, which adopts and ratified by Parliament of Ukraine, there is procedure of the and regulation to use the funds as a Ukraine facility. Has a number of requirements. Such a list of acceptable countries are in public access at the site of Ministry of Economy, in public access of some IFIs. It's not a problem to find it. The Ministry of Economy is a national coordinator of the use of the funds of Ukraine facility. So now we have a lot of questions raised, and as a customer, we also addressed the certain explanation to MOE in terms of specific countries that been mentioned. Now we don't have acceptable countries in this list, but the framework agreement contains certain exclusions that equal countries that perform funding and aid to Ukraine at the level of the acceptable countries. So the framework agreement envisions the exclusions, but the procedure, how such exclusions are established, which countries can be there, who measure this correlation of the aid between different countries and Japan, for instance, mentioned. Now we expect from MOE certain explanations. We know that State Auditing Service asked this question and addressed the Minister of Economy as for the USA, which is an acceptable country to provide equipment, and MOV answered no, because it is not in the list of acceptable countries. Whether we will be there other explanations in terms of exclusions, I do hope that it will be. When we talk about list of acceptable countries, it's a broad notion, definition, not the equipment involved, but also and beneficiaries where the companies are registered, where we have the production of the good. I know that we have a lot of questions, but there is a proposal. I propose to you to have a break. After the break, before panel discussion, we will have a short session of Q&A and discuss the rest of the questions. After panel discussion, I think that you do not object. Now, there is a break.
Отже, пані та панове, дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being almost on time back from the break, and we can continue with our forum. Let me remind you that before the break, I announced that now we are going to have another unplanned session, Q&A session. And there we are going to cover 3 questions, and all of them go to Oleg. So please come here to the scene. So Oleg, the first question, whether massive complaints of patients about side effects of medical devices or products procured by the medicinal service which is confirmed with medical opinion and duly registered, if it gives ground for the service for the company to terminate the contract with the supplier, and what are the sanctions that can apply to the vendor, to the supplier, if there is grounded suspicion that the products supplied were of undue quality, of that unreliable information was provided regarding compliance of the product for the respective nosology. Let's divide that question into several parts. First, let's speak separately about medical products and medical devices. So let's speak about medical products. First, this is about incoming control. So if laboratory tests are held upon our request. So if we receive the medical products that fail these quality controls, there are 2 options. At the first phase, of course, this product will be destroyed and withdrawn from the market, revoked from the market, and the supplier will need to repay the funds and will confirm the destruction, and maybe they will deliver similar products of proper quality. Then, when the product is already in our warehouse or in a healthcare facility, we speak about pharmacovigilance, and here any participant of this chain can complain using the form on the website, and that may result in withdrawal of the registration certificate. So for contractual obligations, we often always revoke these products and repay the money. And same for devices, but for market oversight, that's a bit more difficult. So if it is possible to cancel a certificate or declaration, theoretically, I believe yes, but we have not had practical cases. It's a pity that we don't have here the colleagues from the medicinal service. Maybe they could comment, but we see that there are such cases when healthcare facilities notify low quality product or some suspicions and allegations about low quality. We always respond. We go to the medicinal service. We request laboratory tests, and for revoking from the market, the procedure to destroy the products is always there. Next question. So the threshold of procurements of 1 to 3 GDP does not make it possible to procure innovative therapy. It does not stimulate coming of innovative producers. Don't you think that it needs to be revised? The price criteria need to be revised for procurement of products for orphan or oncology patients. Well, that's a good question. I'm sure this is from patient community. So if we want to work with wider criteria, yes, and we have this dialogue with the Minister of Health already, but let's keep in mind that we can only be informally initiators of that, because legally the Minister of Health is responsible for that. We are now working on expanding the criteria, and the key aspect is funding. Well, I can quote an example. A participant applies with a medical product for an orphan disease, and the cost is about 2.5 billion hryvnias. This is according to what is declared by the complier. If we bring it into conformity with 1, 2, 3 GDP, that's 90 million. Of course, 90% discount is not feasible, so we won't be able to procure that. Now there is a good initiative from patients of Ukraine and MPs to try and increase our funding from the budget, and there, of course, we will be ready to procure even more innovative products. Okay, then I quote, I have a comment from patients. We see regular signing of additional agreements on postponement of terms of supplies of medications for nosologists with a critical level of supplies in healthcare facilities, oncology, hemophilia, primary immune deficiency, the multiple sclerosis, and so on and so forth. In 2024, only for adult oncology, there were 9 of such cases. And most often this applies to Indian producers. 14 cases of postponement in 2024, 18 in 23, 17 in 22. All in all, in 22 through 24, there were 174 cases of additional agreements to postpone supplies on behalf of patients with severe diseases for whom timely supplies are life-saving. We call on due compliance with the obligations. Thank you. That's a cool message, and that's a message from patients to you, to the suppliers. As Adam mentioned, not everybody likes our company. I mean, because sometimes we have to push, like bring something faster. Let's go back to that question then. We cannot generalize nosologists because when participants, actors address us with this suggestion, whether we could postpone the supply for a couple of months, we analyze the specific situation. We analyze the accessibility of this product 2 times a month. Every healthcare facility reports us on the amount of product in stock.
Це не означає, що постачальник поставить ліки.
So it doesn't mean that that if we reject that they will supply that in a timely manner. But when we expand that term, if we see that there is no interruption, so within one nosology, oncology, for example, there was postponement because there was no interruption, but some were not postponed, and same for other nosologists. Another aspect why postponement may happen, there are some 3-year contracts where it was declared that the supplies will be available in May. In March, we approached the suppliers to sign additional agreements for May. Well, unfortunately, there is the production process. We cannot speed up this process, so we need to make it feasible. Today, Adam spoke about DPS, so maybe we will need to think about some transitional funding that could help us cover those gaps. But we do not postpone those terms when there is the critical situation regarding the supplies. Oleg, another question, I believe we have time for it. How the advance payment for 3-year contract is going to be paid? Whether it is to cover the entire period of 3 years, or is it going to happen separately for each year or for each supply? This is a long-term agreement, so the exchange rate may change, fluctuate. Whether there will be a mechanism to revise that if the fluctuations are significant. Thank you for that question. Let's try and figure out. When we speak about 3-year contracts, these are hybrids, right? This is not midterm contracting as indicated in the legislation. So when we sign this agreement, we undertake legal obligations for 3 years, and each year we confirm these obligations. I mean, if the agreement was signed in 2025, we are ready to conduct the payment for the products that will be obtained in 2025. Next year, there will be additional agreement and payment again. And what was the last part of that question? Let me check. Whether there will be a mechanism to revise the payments in case of significant change of exchange rate. Yes, there is a mechanism like that. In the contract, there is the respective formula on exchange rate, and it can be used, I believe, 30 days, during 30 days from previous payment, because we have bank guarantee and we pay 100%, and we do that for 30 days. And one-time revision makes it possible to hedge those risks, because if the change of exchange rate happens in a year or so, we are not going to revise that. So we do revise that once a year after the date of provision of the bank guarantee. Thank you, Oleg. Let's support Oleg. A lot of answers to a lot of important questions. And we continue. Now, we are going to attend a panel discussion on non-price criteria in procurement of medical products. And I invite the moderator, Katarina Nekrasova, Deputy Director General for Client Experience and International Cooperation of the Medical Procurement. Thank you. I would like to then invite participants of our panel discussion. Online, Vitaly Gordienko, co-chair of the Council of Physicians of the Association of Producers of Innovative Products. Are you there? Hello, Vitaly. Can you hear us? I hear you well, yes. Then Irina Mahdik, Executive Director of Subcommittee for Clinical Trials of EBA. We know that the theme of public procurement and non-price criteria is not the topic of your specialization, but we are grateful that you are ready to present the position of the Business Association. Then Boris Danevich, co-chair of ACC Healthcare Committee. We meet Boris in various platforms, working groups. Not always our vision coincides, that's true, but we are always grateful for constructive dialogue. Then representatives of Medical Procurement of Ukraine, Oksana Mishchenko, Deputy Head of Department for Category Management of Medical Procurement. Oksana and her team develop our strategic approaches to where potentially we are going to use those, and today she will present that. And Serhiy Marinchuk, Head of Public Procurement, Department of Medical Procurement. The team of Serhiy is always responsible for that. Everything that is developed by Oksana's team is in line with the current legislation. So hello colleagues, and thank you for joining. And today we are going to speak about non-price criteria, and basically in the field of healthcare as a sensitive area, we understand that there are direct expectations of various stakeholders, which we are going to discuss today. The role of non-price criteria, which criteria we see, business expectations, opportunities of the state. That's going to be the focus of our discussion today, and let's proceed. In 2024, some representatives of companies already participated in the working group of medical procurement for development of non-price criteria. So the first question goes to Oksana. So do you already have some plans to use non-price criteria in the company? What are those visions? What will be piloted maybe this year? Thank you for your question. That's true that this year we have started active work to develop non-price criteria. We actively engaged at the beginning of the year, and we have already conducted active collaboration, interaction with the market, with associations. We collected their proposals, suggestions on the non-price criteria that they could suggest. Let me mention that this list was huge and diverse. However, we decided to focus not on all non-price criteria, and this is because some of those non-price criteria suggested have already been integrated in our procurement. This is maintenance, warranty maintenance, training, installation, post-installation services, recommendations in international guidelines, providing for the tools and so on and so forth. So we decided to focus on the non-price criteria that would reflect our procurements and not not duplicate those requirements that are already included in tender documents. So you have this question maybe, what exactly we want to implement and which areas we are going to cover. Let me start with non-price criteria for medical devices. Above all, that's about cardiovascular diseases. We have a huge nomenclature, a huge list of suppliers and producers, and here we developed several non-price criteria which we plan to consider and to implement in our work. And first of all, this is impact factor,
where we have clinical surveys published. For those who didn't hear what is impact factor, this is weight and impact of scientific magazine where the clinical surveys are published. The high impact factor, there will be the more weight of non-price criteria. The next non-price criteria that we consider potentially to apply in cardiovascular and not cardiovascular diseases. This is availability of certification in the United States and Europe. This is so-called FDA approval or certification. The more available confirmed certificates, then it will be a relatively higher weight of non-price criteria. What else is planned? To apply it as a non-price criteria in medical goods that are imported. These are medical goods and prosthetics items, artificial drivers of heart, implants, term of service or validity date for the use of implant which was implanted. Or if we talk about prosthetics, this is risk of revision after 10 years. The longer duration of medical item, there will be the higher weight of non-price criteria, 10, 20 years. In terms of medical items and medications, we plan to consider as non-price criteria the term of delivery. The term of delivery to those medications, items, and goods that we especially see critical necessity. We will be defining optimum date of delivery of medical goods and medications. But if potentially producer can deliver quickly, what Oleg mentioned, the quicker delivery is made, it will be bigger of non-price criteria weight to be used. And again, the equipment, presently I said, except synthesis lab, we don't have the delegated equipment, but we know that this equipment will be presented for purpose, so we will add additional price criteria to the equipment. This is service, maintenance or extended maintenance. service and tender documentation mandatory. We have 12 months of guarantee maintenance. We plan to extend it to 36 months and interim between 12 and 36. The longer maintenance period is secured, then it will be the bigger weight of non-price criteria to be applied. And this is shortly what we have elaborated so far, but I would like to say that until now we expect from the market the proposals for non-price criteria that can be used. I said that we have received such proposal from a number of companies, so thank them for that. But we are open to such proposals from the whole market, and we expect your proposals to our nomenclature that we should use it in practice. If you propose a non-price criteria, so please provide proposal in terms of weight of these non-price criteria, because this is interesting question, how we should efficiently calculate it. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana, for such extended response. And next question to Sergey and you. Why MOH started to consider non-price criteria? We as a purchasing organization, you see this is that value of this non-price criteria. Why we started this work on elaboration of non-price criteria? Because the requirements to harmonization of legislation to acquis communautaire of the European Union, we have a long time ago to use these requirements. We started this work this year, first of all, in order to provide our patients with necessary medical goods, medications that would satisfy the quality and the effectiveness, because we see not all the time the price equals to efficiency and quality. So thus we plan to balance the correlation of quality and price. Why we have to apply these non-price criteria in procurement? First of all, we think about patients and only about patients, and all the work in general of our undertaking is built to provide all the patients of Ukraine with relevant and necessary treatment. That's why all our activity is targeted to patient orientation. Next, that we heard from Madam, this is a necessity of balance and rational use of state budget. And this is one of the most important factors. And standardization of approaches and processes. We use and we apply those non-price criteria that would not discriminate the potential participants. If we will see that there is some potential discrimination or absence of competition, then such approaches won't be applied. I would like to add to the preliminary list of options of the use of non-price criteria. I'd like to pay your attention that all these criteria mentioned, they are not new for our agreements. We do not require the term of guarantee or training. It was demanded before. We're talking how come in more rational way to use these requirements to differentiate them by size of the impact on quality of goods, duration of satisfaction of goods of delivery of any item. in terms of non-price criteria. It's not a new requirement and not a new way of procurement. And this is one of the instruments that can be used. It is in the law of Ukraine about public procurement, long time ago. But if you look at accessible statistics in Prozoro, BI Prozoro, public procurement, such an instrument is used by the customers that use the budget funds. Not very often, quite seldom. It is one of the signals that the instrument is not very well regulated and perfect and doesn't envision the sound scenario for their use, and so the contains some risks. So one of the reasons that it is used seldom. Historically, MOH is frequently a provider of changes and new instruments, new ways for the use of legislation and mechanisms. Since it is in place, we try to investigate it in the context what is possible, how come, and how it would be better to perform procurement efficiently. And the delivery. Thank you. Thank you for this extended comment. Next question to representative of business community. And we already received some responses, but it's interesting what you will respond. Whether the state should invest in non-price criteria in conditions of limited funding from one hand and from another hand, in the conditions of not full readiness of society, that is, the state would buy not the cheapest medication. So please, who would like to start these second responses? Boris is ready, yeah? Thank you so much for invitation and your work of your big team. I'm pleased that today's topic of non-price criteria is discussed in detail, broadly and openly. Evidently, this is an important current topic. This is the short answer. Yes, it is. It is actually a limited funding, many challenges, complexities. Yes, we have all. But now to implement these approaches is very important, since I will cite Adam as classic who reminded the center of all these efforts. And the main target of these efforts that the patient should receive the right items in procurement. So it's timely. Thank you, colleagues. I would like to join what mentioned by Boris. Thank you for opportunity to share experience from the Association of Producers of Medications. We insisted that in the country we should have MCDA working approach, multi-criteria analysis and non-price criteria. This is only part of this approach, and it's not comparable. During the procurement, when we use non-price criteria, other factors are not taken into consideration. But we think that we need to have a broader consideration on this topic during our final phase of the evaluation of technology of MCDA. But come back to the topic, I'd like to confirm that this is, yes, the right time for procurement, and we are in the status of large-scale phase of invasion, and the application of MCDA for the procurement of arms preserved our country, because rounds of Soviet-made is cheaper, but this money was not very come in Kiev and in the country. If we wouldn't have these Patriot systems, it would be less pleasurable. So this is the same approach is used. So when we have to you to apply this criteria, because all the time there were challenges. Previously we had economic challenges. We should do it now right away. Maybe it will be easier to work when we talk about medical item products that are used years, or medical equipment is easier to compare. The medications are used during some period of time, and we need to procure them again. But non-price criteria should be applied, in our opinion, as considered as innovative component. Again, in European Union, this issue is resolved in a different way because they don't procure medication; they reimburse the medications, and they reimburse the cost of treatment of some diseases. So different medication may be used with the international patented name, as well innovative medications. So there, the use of non-price criteria, CDA criteria, is more important. And some unit up that state procurement we can start to use such practices. Thank you for this comment. You touched upon the practice of the use of non-price criteria in the European countries. So let's, Marina, extend this topic. So what are the criteria for procurement in the countries of the European Union? Please. I'd like to remind that in our way for Euro integration, these are the first steps that have been made in EU. They started to use the principle that applied during state procurement. The directives that regulate state procurement, they've been adopted. 3 directives in 2014 and had to be implemented to international legislation of each European country until 2016. They opened the way to transparency, equal attitude, open competition, and robust management procedure of such tenders. The directives are used for tenders that override certain amount. The directive of 2014-24, it founded the principle, the concept of criteria of the more economic proposal, which has 3 components of evaluation of tender by the price, by the cost of a life cycle, and correlation between quality and price. What is the situation in the EU? It is different. Different budgets, different number of agreements, different cost of such agreements, and different terms of these agreements. If you look at these dashboards, it is clear that there is no unified single approach. Every country goes its own way, but use the directives and principles that are founded in those directives on state procurement. The main thing is that this directive implemented, it works in European Union less than 10 years, from 2016 until 2025. What are the typical criteria in such tender that are used? Price, characteristic of product, safety and quality, robustness of delivery, reputation of the company, servicing of clients, additional criteria like ecological, social, etc. If you look at the countries, to what extent these principles are implemented so there is no a single approach. There is diversification. We have to say that each European countries started with this principle in every country. The percentage of agreements is different per country, but each country of the EU uses such principles. We have some controversies in terms of ratios and rates dealing with different categories and countries. They are not accepted in a single way equally in all the countries, but if you look at the geography of these countries, in the south, less these criteria are applied, and the north more applied. To what extent the efficient use of non-price criteria may be, in general, for all the participants? Firstly, I cite them patient-centered work. The treatment that the patient may get, it's additional value to doctors and patients impact on the results of treatment on different parameters that can be used. The availability of the risk, procurement of plasters if these are medical goods, or highly technological equipment or implants that are implanted into the body of the human being. Complexity of treatment, complexity for physician, technical value. We may give an example of prosthetics, complicated and simple. Aesthetic and functional characteristics are important, but in each specific case, they can be different and can be used. The technical maintenance. State procurement with several selected participants of tenders in Europe that give opportunity to take participation for several companies.
Now about the advantages for the customer of medical devices, medical equipment in particular. There is a long list of what applies in Europe. This is better payment conditions and reduction of costs in long term, longer life cycle, better technical functioning, the lowest level of use of resources like electricity, water, other resources, use of recuperation and other technological know-how that make it possible to save not only money but also some other resources. Extended network of maintenance centers, qualified engineers. That's always about the opportunity to choose the winner with the best experience and qualification according to the projects, those who have implemented those projects. State-of-the-art technologies, know-how, best practices, environmental effects, CO2 emissions, and so on and so forth. And availability of zero footprint, so social effects and innovative effects and a lot of other criteria that can be included as non-price criteria, but of course they need to be differentiated for each type of supplies. And why that could be interesting for businesses? Of course, you understand that recognition of specifics for procurement of various medical devices, considering the class and the degree of risk for the patient. Recognizing the specifics for procurement of various types of medical devices, and for those who supply quality, innovative devices, participation in the tender and the adequate ratio between price and non-price criteria. And for the supplier, for the producer, this is about stimulating and supporting both production and implementing new technologies, development of infrastructure, the servicing, logistics, creating jobs, extended nomenclature, and also staying in the market, because we know that if companies do not win tenders for a number of years, they may just leave the market and then we will lose the respective nomenclature. And of course, customers have the opportunity to have access to the highest quality and most economically feasible items. Several examples, not for you to read, but just to perceive visually. So this is an example of Croatia, and this is procurement of bandage materials. You see that the ratio is 80 to 20. This for the artificial joints, this is 50 to 50. And of course, in each tender, it is important to evaluate, to have feedback from doctors, from physicians, how they see these items. For example, Italy, procurement of suture thread. When this supply was evaluated, it was based on the test of doctors when they used the suture material, and they attributed certain number of points, and the best offers there were selected for the supplies. Then Scotland, UK, here this is about procurement of orthopedic implants. Again, price versus non-price. And let me emphasize this distribution of price and non-price criteria. Medical devices of the first class do not require a lot of non-price criteria. This is 80 to 20. Second class, 70 to 30. So, class 3, it is 50 to 50. So, of course, it depends. And we can use that as an example. We can be guided by these examples, how they apply that in Europe, in particular in those countries where that had an effect, and where it really helps patients and doctors to cope, to live happy lives. Thank you for this overview, what you are saying about procurement from European countries. Our colleagues are exploring this experience, and we've talked to procurement agencies of France and Denmark, and reflecting on what Vitaly mentioned, well, that mostly non-price criteria in the EU, that's about medical devices or equipment, and that's right, that's what we see in practices of those countries where they most extensively apply that for the equipment. So now maybe I would ask the question to Boris. What are the criteria that you see, and to what are pros or cons with this criteria in view of what the colleagues have mentioned? Well, basically, after Irina's overview, it is very convenient because now I can comment on that. The only example that is so far possible for Ukraine is, well, it would be maybe too early to fully rely on feedback from healthcare professionals for obvious reasons. I mean, without generalizing, I don't want to offend anyone, but we understand that so far we don't have enough transparency in this cooperation between the industry and professionals in the healthcare, and this would be premature for Ukraine. But other examples that you mentioned, they are definitely very relevant. So I would like to comment as a representative of the international industry. Well, we understand that maybe the practices that are used for the EU, they rather apply to medical devices, but I believe that there is no critical need to divide that and not to apply that non-price criteria for medications. So if we speak about medications, medicines, above all, that's about responsibility of the participants and their capacity to comply with their obligations, preliminary experience, their reputation, in particular what relates to the deadlines and adequate application compliance with the commitments. We understand that that's a challenge. That's not that easy. I mean, to stay within the framework of competitive legislation, not to discriminate anyone, but to really guarantee that patients in healthcare facilities will have timely access to their therapy. And if the idea that is discussed from time to time, the idea of a certain blacklist would be more difficult to implement, maybe we could think about some approaches that could be referred to as gray list, where it is not about excluding participants based on negative experience, but at least to apply certain coefficients. If there was different experience, if there is some negative experience regarding the compliance with deadlines, and so on and so forth. That's a general idea and how we could discuss that. But if we speak about medical devices and the equipment, there is a lot of experience that is now applied in the process of procurement. So if we develop that idea, well, representing international industry, I find it easy to say that guarantees of higher quality are ensured due to certification of medical devices in the US, in European countries, in the EU. But of course, it cannot be the only criterion, because then there will be a certain number of suppliers who will not be allowed to participate. And here I absolutely agree that availability in clinical guidelines, that's another criterion that definitely makes sense, and it has been tested in practice in many countries. And that's also about certain categorization, about the quality of guidelines, because guidelines may also be different, and sources of those guidelines may be different. And the countries where they apply these guidelines, they are also different. And regarding clinical trials, this practice and the level of reliability of evidence-based nature and perception in the medical community, that's another criterion, of course, that is very convincing. It was nice to hear that there are these plans to make sure that requirements that are linked with maintenance, that they were extended, because definitely that creates more predictability and efficiency of use of the equipment that is procured. We understand that in Ukraine, unfortunately, historically, we have an issue there, especially if it is about hospital procurements, when they procure medical equipment that is expensive, and then the warranty period runs off and we have to buy new one, while it could still work for like up to 15 years. But we don't have the guarantee coverage, so we have to buy something new. Unfortunately, this practice still exists, and that is why your example in that area is very important as well. If there is the opportunity to not only implement criteria that are linked with guarantee maintenance, warranty maintenance, but also if it is possible to implement the approaches where you combine procurement of the devices as a criterion that prolongs the term of service with the opportunity to replace for the period of repair or maintenance. That is something that will definitely be helpful to increase efficiency of the system. What we mentioned today already, this is quality-related issues in pharmacovigilance for medical devices in the other format. Definitely, it makes sense to pay attention to that, so this is what I definitely supported. And everything about added value to make sure that these resources are used as efficiently as possible, faster, efficient replenishment when we speak about consumables. And by the way, also compatibility of the equipment when consumables of various producers that are reliable, that are certified, but of different producers, when they can be used in order to expand the field for competition, extending the life cycle of any equipment by certified specialists. And we understand that in Ukraine you cannot create these centers that will provide maintenance. So this is about your dialogue that you always have with the industry, and this is an inspiration for various players, including international stakeholders, to come to provide for availability of experts who are trained, who are certified, and who will be able to work on those aspects in the field. The aspect of monitoring of work of the equipment, that in some cases can be conducted by the producers to detect the situations where there is inadequate use or there are some breakdowns and irregularities. In some cases, it can also be seen as a criterion that offers more reliability in use of the equipment. I don't know if I should mention HTA for medical devices and medical equipment today. This is quite a complicated theme. There is no one approach in European countries, but I believe that we will be going there. And to summarize, let me just say that I dream and I wish you, medical procurement of Ukraine, and all of us, that next time when this forum takes place, that it's not just from collecting needs to supplies of medical products. I mean, we need to say from collection of needs to a supply of higher quality products and their long period of use. That's important. What you are doing is very valuable, but even if it is about your philosophy, your vision, your approach, that's going to be even more important as a case, as an that we will have in our country, and we will support that definitely. Thank you. And Boris, I have taken some notes and I cannot but reflect on what you have said. First, you mentioned the blacklist, and for us, this is, I don't know if it is nice or surprising that internal procedures of some projects are now mentioned in the discussions. We used that in 2003, and some companies could see the results in 2022. Now it was not included in Oleg's presentation, and it means that we are assessing, thinking about that. As soon as the decision is made, there will be the respective communication, but as of now, we are not moving there. Then international guidelines. So last year, Oksana is smiling because she went to the anti-monopoly committee for several months because there were these refutations, in particular because of that criterion. We use that as the key criterion. But now we have a more or less understanding of expectations of this criterion, and we hope that this year we will expand our approach. But basically, those were interesting several months, and I believe that some colleagues who are here and they are smiling, I believe they understand what kind of procurement I mean. And then about valuation of medical technologies, you mentioned the devices. I don't know if that's a spoiler or not, but we have here colleagues from USA Safe Med project, and they worked in particular on hospital evaluation of medical technologies and medical devices. We were the lucky ones to attend a short presentation where they presented this intermediary results. We'll look forward to those reports, and maybe the industry could have a look at how this process happens, because basically that was about evaluation of one of the products that we procured there for cardiovascular diseases. Those were interesting outcomes. It was interesting to see how the process was built. So there are pilot proceedings from those, and everything new that happens here, usually it is supported by our international partners, because they bring in innovations, what's already happening and what is working and tested in other markets. And then we can proceed with Vitaly. Vitaly, have you or your colleagues had experience of work with non-price criteria, and where would you recommend the suppliers to pay attention to in the course of communication? What non-price criteria are needed when preparing the documents and assessing and the offers and so on? Thank you for that question. And again, I understand that this is not about the Ukrainian market, because we understand that so far we don't have extensive practice of use of non-price criteria for procurement of medical products. I'm going to speak about that because I am co-chair for medical procurements for medical products, not devices. And regarding the recommendation, Irina and Boris today have mentioned already several non-price criteria that can be used both for medical devices and medical products. So I would like to focus on that. They also on what they include that works for both products and devices.
A question of quality. We have powerful procedure of registration of medications, of confirmation, GMP certificate. It different in countries. We don't use approach that the medication registered in with this CFIA system of registration. It may be some non-price criteria during definition and during procurement. This is a criteria to simplify the procedure of registration, but during procurement it's not a criteria. Maybe we have to consider this. In terms of reputation of supply, we have such a requirement during the procurement and availability of experience. Not all the time talks about reputation, because experience may be different. Maybe also non-price criteria. A level of maintenance. If you talk about medical devices, when the term is almost over, what should we do? To buy new or medication? This criteria may be used. It's not like a maintenance, but opportunity to resolve any claims and comments. The company should have a powerful system of pharmaceutical supervision and the rest of things in place. Level of servicing may be dealing with the training of specialists in healthcare, the use of innovative medications that are not simple, the procedure of their subscription that may require the use of additional medical item, or the selection of regimen may require more in-depth knowledge in that area and availability in specialists in the country. Maybe additional advantage or non-price criteria. Also, when when Arena provided the general liability and eco safety, I would tell social responsibility of companies, availability of program to support patients of the companies may be also considered. Investments of resources into further scientific research and clinical trials may be also non-price criteria. These things that we discuss inside our association, this is the way during procurement of and use MCDA during decision taking process. So the state should also spend resources via reimbursement. Let's start from these non-price criteria during procurement. And I didn't mention the term of delivery of medical products during first presentations of the head of MOH. For the medication, not only the term of delivery is important. We had failures to deliver into some regional centers. It happened so that the medication being used earlier rather than in the other. Sometimes these terms may be postponed from one region to another one, but it's not safe for the region, which is donating something. Availability of the so-called stocks, reserves, safety reserves in Ukraine, producer and supplier may be also of one of the non-price criteria. One thing when you wait for months for delivery, if you're talking about cycles of procurement, when the producer or supplier may be the same legal entity, creates a reserve of such medications, providing the continuous access to these medications. This is our general vision that we discussed inside the association, so we want you to use this year already this non-price criteria, and we as a members of the association, we are very glad to cooperate with the MIH medical purchases of Ukraine. First of all, for the needs of our patients. Thank you. Thank you, Vitaly, for such extended response. We heard about buffer reserve. If certain suppliers hear from us the plans on non-price criteria in terms of delivery, it may be the pretext to start to form these buffer reserves. On, for instance, oncology medications, to give quicker response, because the production of this medication is different. Even sometimes the request from MH may not be satisfied during 1 week. So as a state and businesses should have opportunity to react to these emergencies on specific medications. So thank you for mentioning buffer reserves. At this phase, we pass to Mr. Sergey, our head of section of public procurement. Sergey and his team is monitoring this idea about non-price criteria, which should be compliant with the national legislation. Now, Sergey will tell you about risks when applying non-price criteria from the point of view of legislation and regulation. The word monitoring may be more specific characteristic of activity of controlling bodies in Ukraine that in fact monitor all our procurements at different stages and all our initiatives. When we talk about non-price criteria, the initiative as the way to apply is important, and it is hard I agree with Boris that it's not simple to implement from different point of views, including the complexity of algorithm, of application, and non-prevalence of the use of this instrument. And these reasons are interconnected. If we consider the law on public procurement, where we have a condition opportunity to establish non-price criteria, amongst methods or examples of criteria, there is no word quality. There are terms of delivery, guarantees, maintenance, social functions, but the word quality is not present there. When we analyze the practice of procurement in Ukraine, and anti-monopoly committee and claims, so they monitor the word of the law. If it's not written, you cannot apply. So when in communication with a different organization, we discuss this issue, and thank you for open information that we get. We try to weigh the experience of different countries in order to address to the Ministry of Economy, and we did, to add changes into legislation to envision the methods of application of criteria. There was one question, and I think that it is present now. The list of criteria is in place in the law. There is no quality, but criteria can be non-price. The standpoint of MOV that this is approximate list, and standpoint of anti-monopoly committee that this is a list is full. So such a collision, even amongst all bodies of state bodies that immediately are involved into procurement area, they create risks for the implementation of procurement. We frequently mention today that our target is to ensure medications and medical items for a patient, and not only just to have tender. Based on these logics, we build our concept of forecasting, analyze risks and forecasting, that we should in advance understand how the situation may develop and try to prevent it. Since conclusion of the agreement on conditions of infringed from the point of view of any body legislation, so for instance, when non-price criteria is not correctly calculated or weighed or used, maximum weight should maybe 30%, for instance, from the price proposed. So if we will calculate this weight, or we will not be able to establish the way of confirmation, how come a contra-agent should confirm that the weight to 25% is in price, and we validate it. There are a lot of open questions, but any question without a answer put at a risk the agreement. If we have 1.5, 3 years agreements, and to put the delivery at risk in our area, we cannot do it. Sharply to enter experimental projects. So we think in advance, we address to make amendments into legislation to relevant bodies. In parallel, we communicate at different spots and to share the importance of this instrument, its application, in order not only that the state bodies should understand it, what is it and how it is used, and also the public. Since we see to what extent the community and common citizen journalists monitor the topic of area of public procurement. These are budget funds. They are at different stages, the response should be provided. And when we perform procurement with non-price criteria with the legislation, so potentially we can pay 30% more to the supplier with a higher price. We understand that such a turn of events may invoke many misunderstandings from the public. Whatever that what we communicate, it would be heard from different stakeholders. It will accelerate the implementation of such an instrument and its introduction into general use. Thank you, Sergey. In fact, Sergey mentioned we see why in European countries opposite Ukraine the use of non-price criteria are more extended because these 30% majority countries are mandatory to use as non-price criteria. Unlike in Ukraine, this is the decision of the customer until 30%, and the question of justification is also open and discussionable. In any case, now I would like to thank to all participant panel discussions. We heard a different point of view. Non-price criteria, this is about strategic public procurement oriented to patient and to the outcomes of when using different medical items. We understand its value. From my side, this discussion about the readiness to use them in this procurement cycle mentioned by Oksana. Thank you again to everybody. So I would like to pass to the session, to Q&A session. Since we have a lot of them. First question will be to Oksana. Tell me please when, how come we can apply proposal to use non-price criteria proposition expedient. Your proposals you can send to email State Enterprise Medical Purchases of Ukraine. It's open data. You can send to category managers or other whom you are in contact. Also, you can send this information via associations if you cooperate with them. They share with all the information that they have. Any way which is possible. We will be glad to get anyway this information. If you are here that Oksana will not leave, you can take the contact and send it directly. Next question, which document will confirm the level of risk of revision after 10 years in endoprosthetics? Such documents may be as following: clinical trials or reports or registers. This is the so-called National Registers of Revision of Joints, Australia, the UK, etc. Next question. Maybe more should be dealt to bioequivalency during procurement and implementation of Orange Book. Victoria Titarenko will give the answer. That is involved in registration of medications. Thank you for the question. Honestly speaking, this is probably one of the non-price criteria that been adopted a few years ago in MMH. We did consultations with the State Expert Center. As for the reports on bioequivalency, if the certificate would be issued for conversion, we could use it, providing such a certificate. But in order to evaluate the quality of data of reports on bioequivalency, we need to have consultation from the experts. And in terms of such consultations, which we got presently in Ukraine, we have different procedures of registration, and the requirements to the bioequivalency were established in 2015 when we had amendments to Order 2012. So all the medications that had been registered before, and so we have a lot of registration on accelerated procedures where under the question whether such documents is in place. So presently we have the question by which document the participant can confirm, but we consider it. Thank you, Victoria. Next questions to Oksana. Oksana is in the top. William H. will use this non-price criteria for procurement medications and not only medical devices this year. As I mentioned, Adam started with this spoiler. Yeah, we will use it not only to medical devices but also to medications, especially to those that we have a critical need and necessity of quick delivery. Thank you, Oksana. Next question. Having in mind a negative experience of Indian producers and EU funding, is it possible to include priority of procurement of medications of European producers using non-price criteria? It's a good question. The point is that Sergei in detail told about risks that we have now in terms of legislation. First of all, during procurement, the use of non-price criteria, we have to be guided by national legislation and legislation in terms of public procurement. So here the question is quite questionable. If, for instance, we are talking about Indian medication, and if it has a registration, FDA approved or having certificate, why it should not be in the place? Those criteria I explained, which we are going to use in the context of application of medical devices, but medications as well.
Yes, Boris, to add. Not so much to add. I cannot to comment on plans of the medical procurement, but the idea of extended dialogue. Today from Sergei we heard where there's doubts or interpretations of the requirements or opportunities or limitations of legislation, where do they come from? This is the anti-monopoly committee, potentially controlling authorities. So why not continue this dialogue by including there also representatives of those bodies and of course the Ministry of Economy. Of course, they may have different attitudes and interpretations, but without waiting for the next year, for the next year's forum, why not start this dialogue? And of course, the associations, I believe, will be happy to support this dialogue. It may be a round table or any other kind of format. So it would be interesting for me to hear from representatives of the Anti-Monopoly Committee that quality in the field of medical products, it does not matter, if they are ready to say that publicly. I understand that there are procedures for appeals, but that's also about developing the practice of that dialogue. Thank you, Boris, for this important comment. If some colleagues have consulted our agenda and participants of this panel discussion, we had this idea to invite a representative of the Ministry of Economy. Now, they developed the policy. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but in any case, we are developing this dialogue. And if it is developed with all stakeholders, the business associations with their leadership, we very much support the idea of being part of that, because that's very important to discuss all the pros and cons, all the potential documents. It's important to do that before we enter the process, because when we speak about anti-monopoly committee, it's not about that we are afraid to go there, but this is about protracting the procedure of procurements, because every such proceeding postpones the supplies, unfortunately. But we absolutely agree that we need to have this discussion with a wide range of participants. Thank you. And Sergei, to add something there. In that context, we are inviting you to send Oksana different options of how non-price criteria could be used, but I also would like to ask you to send us your ideas about doubts, about the risks that you see in application of those non-price criteria, because potentially we understand that everybody will participate in various tenders where potentially non-price criteria will be set, and some participants will use 1% of this non-price criteria, some will use 10 criteria, so it will be different percentage depending on their offer as required. And some participants will not have any, so their offers will not be, it will not include this criterion, it will be zero, and they will assess their risks of participation and winning this tender. And their participants usually evaluate the criteria, what could be contested in the anti-monopoly committee. So it makes sense, and I agree that businesses should have the opportunity to protect their interests, but if you already see the ideas of the risks associated with certain requirements, please send them to us. Thank you, Sergei, for the comment, and we continue with the questions. We still have some, and again, this one goes to Oksana. If there is such non-price criterion as publications in the known journals, research journals on use of medical equipment. Thank you for that question. Basically, medical equipment, it can be divided into small equipment and large-scale equipment, as we are now working on synthesis laboratory. So regarding such publications and evidence-based approach to use of this medical equipment, well, I haven't seen that in such publications, and currently this non-price criterion is not considered. But if you can share this information, if you can suggest something more targeted, how it could be used, of course, we will be ready to consider that. Thank you, Oksana, for your response. And one more question about the palette of our list today. We mentioned the gray and black lists of suppliers, but what about a white list? If you consider reliability of a supplier as a non-price criterion, Sergei, maybe you could comment on where non-price criteria could be used now. As we mentioned today already, now there are criteria that are indicated in the law on public procurement. This is Article 29. The Ministry of Economy believes that it is tentative list, that the customer has the right to set other criteria similar to those, but the Anti-Monopoly Committee states that this should be exhaustive list. So what's not there cannot be used as a non-price criterion So in this way, the customer has limitations and they independently choose which criteria to indicate and with which documents to use as rationale of their choice. Regarding reliability of a participant of procurement, well, this criterion does not apply, but you remember that a separate article in the law, and this is, and also the resolution 1187, well, that includes provisions on sanctions, and there is the exhaustive list of situations that can result in rejecting the proposal. So it may be non-price criterion or characteristics or requirements to the participants or to the product. So first, they cannot be non-competitive or undermine competition, and secondly, it must not go counter to the set requirements of the legislation. Now we cannot reject an offer based on provisions that are not included in the regulation. However, there are approaches to the so-called economic sanctions, and they can apply. This is what is included as liability of counterparty for violation of certain requirements that we set with the contract. If these violations happen, in the next round of procurements, this counterparty can be rejected as a supplier. This is quite a challenging requirement. Often it gives ground for the court suits. And again, this is long-term. Applying a sanction to a counterparty is only possible within the contracts that are already completed. And what can be used now? This is mostly about the responsibility and contributing to this joint cause of providing patients with medical products or devices, and we can speak about ratings or lists of reliability of suppliers as an instrument that makes it possible to see each other, to make people feel shame. So this is how it is. And if there will be legislative amendments for rejecting a counterparty for lack of liability, practice will show. From time to time we hear that, especially now in the with the military procurement in the background. Thank you for your comment and for your extended answer. I see colleagues show us that we need to wrap up the Q&A session. Thank you again for all participants of the panel discussion, Vitaly, Irina, Boris, Oksana, Sergei. Thank you for this discussion. Thanks to Catherine. Thank you. Thank you all for always being open to dialogue, to constructive cooperation. We not always have the same perspective, but we understand that there is room for discussion. And basically, all of us, we have the same objective. And this is about providing patients with quality, efficient, and in a timely manner with quality products. So thank you to those participants who have been with us in the course of panel discussion. Thank you, Katerina. Let's give another round of applause to all participants of the panel discussion and to our moderator today. And we have two more questions. We will now quickly hear answers to those questions. First, from Vladislav Zhelezny, head of the Department for Contracts of Medical Procurement. So, Vladislav, the question is about 3-year contracts. If we will stick with the amounts and terms of supplies as indicated in the contract for 2025, and how it can be found out.
З приводу кількостей, на жаль, МЗУ не може закуповувати кількості доведені МОЗом, наказами з урахуванням фактичного фінансування. Тому вони можуть як скоротитися, так підтвердитись.
So it can be confirmed and or reduced or increased. If it is increased, then we have the new procedure. If we speak about the supply deadlines, well, that is quite individual. So according to the procedure stipulated in the contract. So if we consider this application, we take into account the period from the date when we confirmed or reduced the amounts and the deadline time till supply the term of production. And of course, above all, we will be guided by the access by region and by the country in general.
Дякуємо.
Thank you. And the next question for Jana Stachowska, the head of category management of MOH. So there is a request from Ariba side in terms of the term of delivery until 2025, but the event is constantly postponed. When the tenders will be announced, since the numbers are quite big, even in with good conditions for the production. Can we have the tentative term of the start of such tender? What we mentioned in market consultation, look, if so in our market consultation, there is a requirement that you need to submit the data for production and for delivery. It can be 210, 120 days, and the additional capture for communications where you can deliver it earlier or later, so you can also write it down. How we form usually the delivery schedule. In market consultations, you may see that it can be for July and August. So if you see that some schedule of delivery is kind of burning, it can be July or August. It is mentioned by the fact that we analyze the availability of medication in the regions. Why this term is extended? If these are big tracks, we announce market consultation until 2 weeks. That we understand that we need to send requests to producers to approve. So we provide such terms. If in the request there will be less positions, we shorten the time in order to enter quickly the procurement cycle. So by certain addresses applications, some of the suppliers can not timely provide this information, and we extend the term. In terms of the opportunity of the start of procurement, we will think about it, so it should be reflected correctly. This site, you can also monitor the calendar of announcement when we enter procurement cycle. We are trying to announce it. I think this is the response. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all. So I would like to thank who was with us in the room, and I would like to thank all the participants that have been with us online. Now our schedule is over. Thank you for the attention, and until next meetings. Colleagues, few